education, etc. So we don't repeat past errors. And instead of always trying to catch up with the world, the Rastafari reasoning sticks to stimulate creative thinking. Tonight, our topic being Emancipation Month, it becomes one key topic or personality to discuss. Our topic is to remember Jacques-Dessalines, the Black Eagle, and the conversation will be led by Ras Kwesi Anoche. So I hereby invite Ras Seven Fireside to lead the conversation. Give thanks.
Give thanks, Russ Kofi. It's an honor to be here. Black August, right? Some people call them Black August, some people call them Emancipation Month. Yes, it's about us, right? Like His Imperial Majesty said, whenever we meet, we must remember those who fought for Black freedom. Celeste was talking to African leaders in Africa, but he said that these people who fought for our freedom never set foot on the continent of Africa, right? Which means we have to also think about those who were born in Africa and taken away, right? So we're going to talk about Haiti today. If we're going to talk about Jacques-Dessalines, the African Eagle. Yes, I know the title, as Roscoe said, it was Black Eagle, which is the same thing to me. But actually, he was called the African Eagle. If we're going to talk about him, we're going to have to talk about Haiti. That's the story right there. We know that Haiti means a lot to Africa. And for most of us, we're very, very invested in uniting with Haiti. Haiti's going through what it goes through because of Africa. Haiti's done what it's done because of Africa. Haiti tried to become part of the AU, and they give them observer status, which is not satisfying at all. So it's something we have to work on. They said, well, it's supposed to be something for countries on the continent of Africa, which I think is a bit myopic, something we have to think about, Haiti is part of Africa, and it's because of Africa that they did what they did. Okay, so to remember Jean-Jacques-Dessalines is to think of Haiti, specifically the Africans who never stopped fighting to be free, right? In Haiti, people still speak in terms of, Africa, like I was just saying, they have statements like Depuis Guinée, or Depuis Guinée, which means since Guinea. And to them, the Guinea to them is Africa. If you look at a map around that time, West Africa was called Guinea, right? We have the Gulf of Guinea, right? So they still talk about Africa, their cultural practices, as if we use that term, your Africanity is why Haiti is Haiti, Okay. So His Majesty also said, to unite, as we do have to unite with Haiti. We already united, but we have to take their unity seriously and formalize it and all that, His Majesty said, to be able to unite, which goes for how we relate on the continent itself, we must know each other's history. Okay, so Dessalines and his partners articulated as an Africanity, as an Africanness, and by articulating their Africanness, they are the ones that fought to abolish racial slavery in Haiti in 1803. Now, let's remember that there was no precedent for this. Nothing like this had happened. It took about 30 years before Britain abolished slavery. It took 60 plus years for the U.S. to abolish slavery, to proclaim their emancipation. The brothers and sisters in Haiti are the ones that changed the way slavery and freedom were talked about in the world altogether. And we have to ask ourselves, what kind of meaning were they bringing to it? Because it's easy for us to just envelope their meaning back into the dominant discourse. That's what happens most of the time. Matter of fact, this presentation is going to focus on how the meaning of our politics can be compromised by the language we use. When I say language, I don't mean speaking African languages and thinking that's going to take care of it. I'm talking about conceptual language. So what Dessalines them did was they were able to eventually, I'm using the word eventually here, subvert the idea of language as it was known. They combated the idea of language itself, So most of us know about the great Toussaint Louverture. I know many of us know what Toussaint looks like, but we'll just share this real quick. And Yes, I'm sure some of us are familiar with him. Now, all these images, I'm not too sure if they're actually accurate. These are paintings of people. Most of the time, were done after their lifetimes and all that. So we just have to use our imagination a lot. I'd rather I didn't show any pictures, but it helps to have some image to give us some sense of reference. Okay, so most of us have heard about the great Toussaint Louverture, who led the fight towards abolishing slavery in Haiti. Today, we'll focus on his partner for 10 years. He was like one of his generals, Jean-Jacques-Dessalines, you know, who actually abolished slavery and declared Haiti's independence. Dessalines is very well known for his military prowess. No way about it. No doubt about that, right? Most people will just tell you straight that, hey, Dessalines was just, as we tell the story, we all go, as we're talking about him, we all go see why people associate him straight up with combat, militariness. But there were other dimensions to him, and we want to highlight those aspects too. Um, he was actually very interested in political theory. They invented political theory based on the way they saw the world. Now, Dessalines is known as someone who never went to school. So how did he manage to do this? Okay, so he assembled a group of scholars, writers, and generals as a team that was part of the war they were fighting, and they were theorizing what they were doing. You know, and things crystallized and very interesting things were said that were diverging completely from the way political um, ideology was articulated. Okay, but first he had to go through some situations, so we're going to go through that. Dessalines took ideas very, very seriously. To him, writing and speech were as essential as the guns and the cannons they were using to fight. You know, his type of diplomacy was rooted in this, right? Very inventive, using your imagination to say what they really, really want to say. Okay. He would make a statement like this: all powers will yield to a people like us, who are the authors of our own liberty. These are the words of Dessalines, the African eagle. So the term African eagle, the appellation African eagle, came from a poem by a brother who was honoring Dessalines. His name was Ignace Nau. And in the poem, he describes Dessalines as an African eagle that's flying above the hills, and the ground underneath the enslavers starts to shake. And then our people who are in chains see this African eagle up in the sky. They're energized. They've been dreaming of this African eagle all this while. And then they rise up, sorry about that, and break their chains on the enslavers' heads. The African eagle is found across much of sub-Saharan Africa. And like Dessalines is described as warlike, you know. One major characteristic of this eagle is it flies really, really high, beyond the scope of, what we call average vision, right? It has excellent vision and focus, and is associated with wisdom, power, authority. And we definitely have to throw this part in, which actually speaks to Dessalines' attitude towards this whole thing. He was that the African eagle is we categorize as a predator, right? I'll borrow Professor Imhotep's term right here. He was speaking in the context more of economics, but we could just, kind of expand it to include everything we stand for. He said Africans have to consider themselves as apex predators. So I'm borrowing that from him, and using in this context, we can use it to describe someone like Dessalines. So we'll start off by saying straight up that a lot of people have said Dessalines was an African, and some people have said no, he wasn't, for very interesting reasons. We don't have time to go through all of that, but I'll just read off some of the things that people have written about him. That some people have literally just written that he was an African. He had some white people who dealt with him just straight up said it. But first, we have to bear in mind that it was later in the 19th century, that's the 1800s, that some writers started talking to him or talking about him or describing him as a Creole. When they say Creole, it just means someone who was born in the West. Like he was brought, his parents or grandparents were brought from Africa, but he was born in the West. They started saying that later. These are some of the things people have written about him to explain his character, which are African traits. They say he did not like European foods, right? They talk about he liked to dance and all that too. Another very interesting thing is that his politics was very, very African, the extent to which he was invested in this definition of freedom and equality, which preceded this whole European idea of freedom and equality. What I mean by that is when you look at African, someone like Ibn Battuta, he's an outsider who visits Africa around the 14th century, the 1300s. And he says straight up that he's surprised at the way Africans live in freedom. They have order, they have a serious government, they have structure, and the people are free. And a sense of equality is profound. So he's talking about this, right? And this, some of us would say, is what is making our people fight against slavery to the death, because they know somewhere inside them there's a certain version of freedom and equality that the white people don't know about, their enslavers don't know about. So they're fighting on a certain level, to the point where the people I'm going to argue that Dessalines is channeling, or Toussaint was channeling, or this whole struggle to end slavery was channeling, are the people who are not even interested in talking to white people or explaining their politics to them. People will call maroons, people who, some people say they can't speak two words of any European language, right? As soon as they land to start fighting, they're not interested in white people's ways at all. Okay. Dessalines also, through his speeches, we'll talk about we'll go over some of his words. You could obviously see that he was invested in African cosmology, right? He was projecting African cosmology. He has solid confidence in the Almighty. He spoke of the ancestors. We're doing this for the ancestors, right? And the unborn, right? He talked a lot about, sometimes he'll make a statement like he's speaking to the universe in his speeches, right? He would talk about heaven and earth and nature. These are the forces that he's having a conversation with, and he's channeling. This is very African. At one point, he talks about the genius of Haiti would rise from the seas and dash the enslavers' ships to pieces, and they'll drown in the sea. So he's seeing the seas as like partners in the struggle to end slavery, right? And then he talks about the elements, so disease, famine, and of course he talks about the people who poison them. Like, we're going to do everything to make it impossible for them to re-enslave us. This was after they had declared their independence, right? So he talks about the elements, which is very characteristic of Africans. We're connected to everything in existence. A British diplomat who had to do some negotiations with Dessalines over a long period of time described Dessalines as an African. A French hostage who was an official, who was spent a lot of time. His mind was that he said he was trying to study Dessalines' mind, right? He wrote in 1804, just soon after Haiti declared its independence, that Dessalines was from the African coast. Another French guy in 1804, I can share these names later if people want them, the people who said these things. He said Dessalines was from the coast of Guinea. And again, Guinea meant Africa, West Africa, but that was general term for all of Africa. 1806, a French biographical dictionary described Dessalines as a black general born in Africa in the Gold Coast. In the Gold Coast. I'm sure people can relate to that, And let's take it a step further. There's another Frenchman who described him as, he was a black African whose cheeks were imprinted with the decorative scarring of his nation, right? What people will call tribal marks, right? We all know those things, right? So the decorative scarring of his nation, right? It was hard. You wouldn't find people who were born in the West who would have that. People who were born on the continent would have that, and they'll be brought over, right? Another one said, this is a little much later, he said Dessalines bore the facial marks traditional in his country of origin. He was born on the coast of Africa. Another one said his face was marked with scars. Another one said his face was marked with cuts. So the image of Dessalines we have on the screen right now is, as we know, an artist's impression, right? Most of the images of all these people, there was no photography around them. I mean, there were no photographs that we have from that time. Those drawings, and people idealize stuff, push it one way or another to suit what they want to convey. So let's use our imagination a lot more when we're talking about some of these ancestors who lived in those times. So when we look at their images, okay, what's the context in which Dessalines them were operating? They were operating in the age of revolution, what the white world was calling the age of revolution. You know, main ideas that were kind of like produced this age of revolution were the Enlightenment philosophies, of the French, of the English, and to extent of the Americans. Those mainly coming from Europe. And some of their main ideas were freedom, equality, humanism, republicanism. We can talk about these concepts later if people want us to break it down some more. Some of us have argued and will continue to argue that the Enlightenment ideas did not come out of thin air. And they didn't just originate out of the European situation, it originated out of the world situation. It was the African insurgencies that had been consistently played out in their view, in their mental landscape or mental scape, right? Their mindscapes, what they were experiencing from day to day was news of Africans revolting, insurging, right? And whether you liked it or not, you had to think about it, right? Those are slavery days. This is what we're talking about. And the main feature of that time was African rebellions, insurgencies, uprisings, you know. So these things inform their political philosophies. And if any of us are sensitive to our moment now, our political philosophies will be informed by what's going on, the most pressing issues of now, right? So that's exactly what's informing these people who started talking about freedom, equality, humanism, and all that. But they didn't have a concept of what that really meant, right? But we'll get to that in a second. The U.S. Revolution in 1776, they were talking about freedom or death, which was a concept that, Patrick Henry said that. It became like a motto they were using, but actually they didn't originate the idea. It was the Greeks were using it prior to that, right? The French Revolution, that was like, 13 years later, they had this motto, liberté, égalité, and fraternité, right? Which is like liberty, equality, fraternity, right? Brotherhood, right? And they had this grand statement, like, theme for their revolution, the universal rights of man, But their humanism, their rights of man, was not what we Africans were thinking. The Africans who were in captivity were thinking about they're humans. That's what some people will say. Something like, when they say human, we should ask them what kind of human they're talking about. Matter of fact, it's going to do us a lot of good if we start telling ourselves we have to define what we mean by human and reject that received idea of a human, because that's kind of like hobbled our politics for a very long time, So the idea of the human had to do with slavery. Basically, it was based on the slavery. Like the human was contrasted with the enslaved person, right? That's their humanism right there. Okay, so, and their person, the identity, the European identity was based on European wealth that was basically stolen from other peoples, right? Their prestige was coming off of that, slavery, right? And the identity, the whole identity was coming off of that. And that was the time we were forming the idea of Europe, right? So this stands in contradistinction, with the African outlook on these things. And they're talking about a human still, right? They can't conceive of liberty. That's what the point I'm trying to make. So look at an enlightened philosopher like someone like Montesquieu. He shows up and he says, well, everybody has the right to be free except the Africans. And he gives a whole lot of funny reasonings. At one point he says, yeah, Africans cannot be free because they are black from head to toe, right? You see how backward their ideas, and these are the people who are called Enlightenment philosophers, right? Someone like Hegel, after Dessalines had done your thing, he would move around talking about other countries as if he'd been there or studied them. He had not. He would say Africa had no history or civilization, right? But these people were all affected by these African insurgencies that were ripping through what they call the New World, in the U.S., the North American continent, and South America, and the Caribbean. It was heated, every day. There were runaways, there were burnings of plantations, there were killings of masters and their families. I mean, there was no peace. People talk about some idyllic times of slavery. It's never been like that. So these pillars of philosophy, we're going to set them aside. But these are the ones that are pushing the idea of an American Revolution and the French Revolution. They're actually fighting for it. They're dying for it. They're killing each other for their idea of freedom. And to them, freedom was the freedom to enslave Africans. Someone like Professor Mwabweze Okoye has done some great work. He did this in the 70s, I think, when he was arguing that the U.S. Founding fathers, they were motivated by the Africans who were here in the U.S. who were fighting to get free. And that's another very interesting conversation. And later on, other people have picked up on it, and developed it over, the latter part of the 20th century and this 21st century. Okay, but let's go to Dessalines. Intellectually, Dessalines flew above all these ideas. Think of an African eagle flying above these ideas, right? He flew above the idea of humanism and the freedom and the equality. He was not going to work with that. He had a more meaningful concept when it came to these things because he was vibing off the Africanity, right? And someone has called Dessalines the patron of those who reject racial slavery, which is a product of the Western knowledge system, which produces their revolutions, which produces their enlightenment. Now, Dessalines' moves were going against that. This writer says Dessalines is the first manifestation of the spirit of equality. And we'll talk about things he did that would make someone say that. The spirit in Haiti, and that spirit in Haiti is the African spirit that Dessalines would call black, So, Dessalines and his team were kind of like, we're saying predators, right? They imposed their concept of a plural legal system and a knowledge system on the world. Like you guys are saying what you want to say. Yeah, you got the guns, you got the money, you got whatever. But we too, this is what we stand for. And these are our laws that we live by, right? And that was really difficult because those days who was monopolizing publication, right? Media, even till today, but back then it was really more so. Today, at least you can publish what you want to publish easily. And there's a lot of different ideas. Doesn't mean them eventually publishing what they want to publish, but they are coming up against all these other ideas that are published that are just contrary to what they're saying, but they still just put your feet down and said, this is what we are saying. Our own law over here that takes care of black freedom, So some will say they invented and launched decolonialization, right? Serious concept. So when we think about these decolonial studies and universities right now, anti-colonial philosophy or theories, we should have to think of Dessalines and of course his partners. They theorized it. They provided textual blueprints that we hear in the writings of someone like Aimé Césaire, who became head of state of Martinique, Frantz Fanon, right? We hear the ideas of the Afro-pessimists who say something like, we don't have any conversation with the world. We can't have a conversation with the world, because when the world listens to us, it will fall to pieces. And most of us have been trying to speak in a way that we can get along with it. But Dessalines and we're like, nah, man, it's a rapture we're looking at. We're breaking from this. Okay, we can think of Kojo Ishan, who calls for us to be more Promethean. Basically, that means we have to be more daring enough to take risks, to do things that have not been done, right? Or we can think of Professor Kwesi Riadu, who said this in the 80s, that one problem that we have, and our Professor Kwesi Riadu is not like Dessalines in terms of temperament. Those of us who've met him, he's a very gentle person, right? And he's saying that we are not utopian enough. That's the problem with our politics. We're not he argues, puts it like this: if you don't imagine utopia, right, you are going to do what's already there, and what's already there is not working for us. So if we're going to be politically serious, we have to be utopian. And that's not the conversation, because we got a lot of people who are like, let's be realistic, let's be practical. But that doesn't mean that the two can't sit together. But at least you reach for the utopia like Dessalines them did, and they hit a certain mark that opened the gates or opened the way for us to come through, okay, against the grain. Dessalines and his partners changed the way the world conceived of human beings. One of his main partners, literary partners, his name was Boyce Ron Tonnerre. Tonnerre is like thunder, right? He was the one that coined the phrase crimes against humanity. This was like 140 years before the Nuremberg trials, where they used the word to sort of like, what should we say, describe what Hitler and people did. This was 140 years before. No one had used that term, and he coined that term, crimes against humanity. Now you got the United Nations using it. Even France is taking credit for it. But back then, when they were saying this, they saw them as, oh, these guys are too crazy, they're too extreme. the fanatics or something. So these guys, Dessalines and his people, they changed the trajectory of the history of ideas. That's all I've been trying to say in this space. So what is the setting in which they're operating? Okay, when we look at the setting in which they're operating, it's important to think about the fact that they were living on this island where slavery had started, actually. That's where the first Africans were brought from the continent to the West. The first spots in the New World was happened on this island of Hispaniola, right? When you look at the picture on the screen right now, you see the yellow part is called Santo Domingo, right? And this is back then. And the latter part, the red up pinker part is called Saint Domingue, same thing, right? But before that, this happened after the brothers' revolution, brothers and sisters. We're gonna talk about the women a little bit at least, but think of the women and when we're saying all these things, right? When they rose up and claimed their freedom from the slave world Europeans created, then they named that part, the red part, the pink part. They named that part Haiti. Okay, so just think of this map. Think of it first like there's no differentiation. There's one color all the way. Look at it. There's Haiti's only like 1/3 of this island, right? Okay, but okay, that's beside the point. We'll get to that later. So this island initially was occupied by the Spanish all the way, like they owned it in quotes, right? But gradually the French started settling there. Initially it was pirates, right? And then over the period of time, they had their own fights in Europe, and they had to do their own negotiations. And the Spanish ceded this 1/3 of the island to the French, who had already pretty much occupied it, but now they officially had it. Right now, just around the time the Spanish were handing over this little slice of the island to the French, they had maybe about 3,000 to 5,000 Africans on the island. These are estimates, right? I just think of it. Some people just put it at 2,000, 3,000, but let's just think they have to 5,000 Africans on the island, right? 100 years later, by the time the African War against slavery, some people call it the Haitian Revolution. That's a term that people like Dessalines were not actually using that much, there were about 500,000 people, like 500,000. So just imagine from 500 to 500,000. And guess what? They were bringing them there to do what? To work, right? To work like crazy. Now that before the French took over the part, it was not such a wealthy part of the world. When the French took it over, by the time the war to end slavery jumped off, France was had the wealthiest colony. That was Haiti, or that's how they call it, Saint Domingue, in the West, right? Number one pusher of sugar. I'm using pusher for a good reason because we all know what sugar does, right? They were the number one producer of sugar, and they produced coffee, they produced cotton, they produced indigo, tobacco, and cocoa, right? France was wealthy because of slavery. Now let's get a sense of how do we treat our people. Okay, so initially maybe they were importing, like I'm using important, about 10,000 Africans a year, right? And the numbers started going up steadily, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 Africans a year. Now the scale is quite massive, the Africans will work to death, 12-hour work days. You work from the time the sun comes up and you work until it becomes dark, right? On the average, people lived only 7 years. Most people were brought at the age, maybe like their mid-20s. By the time they were in the mid-30s, they were dead out of exhaustion, and of course, people were rebelling too, a lot. Like I said, when we think of slavery, let's think of insurgency, rebellion. Don't let us just think of what they did to us. Let's think of what we did to them. I think they've taught us to think about, oh, look how terrible they treat us. Our people too did things, and rebellion was part of it. Hurting them if we could, escaping, burning plantations. I don't need to go through it. I'm sure all of us are familiar with these things. But these are integral parts of African culture. We can't separate them at all. No listening to those questions about are you violent or non-violent. Go ask and answer that. Because of the wealth that France had generated, the place had become, they called it the Pearl of the Antilles, right? The Antilles was those islands in that area, and the pearl of it, the crown jewel of France, and it's through this violence and murder, basically, that Saint-Domingue became the richest continent in the West. Now because of the rate of escapes, there were a lot of bounty hunters through roaming. People's job they made a living off chasing Africans and arresting them and bringing them back to the plantations, right? And that was a whole project, and they were never fully successful, as we will see. So there were nonstop insurgencies, and one of the most, let's say, talked about insurgencies before this war to end slavery occurred was 33 years before this war jumped off. There was a young man called Macandal, who's probably in his 20s. And they said he had African spiritual powers, right? And he was out to kill all white people. Now, this was not like most Africans were like, man, to get rid of these white people. That's it, because they're here. Our existence, our death is what gives them life. So yeah, what they wish on us, that's what we wish on them. So Macandal was arrested for leading an insurgency. They were conducting operations, and he was arrested, and they burned him alive. He's on the I think 20 good coin. You can look it up online. Macandal. They celebrate him a lot in Haiti. They put a machete in his hand, right? Serious freedom fighter. And like Celeste said, these are the people we have to remember. These are the ones that fought for our freedom. So that meeting was held. A number of meetings were held, but one of the most talked about meetings that kind of sparked that war to end slavery that Dessalines will be part of was held at Bois Cayuma, and it was on August 14th. Today's August 10th. So yeah, they'll celebrate the anniversary in about 4 days. Some people say the date, some people say other dates, but a lot of people settled on the 14th. And that was 1791, right? 33 years after Macandal had been executed, burned at the stake. At the meeting, hundreds of people were at the meeting, and they invoked the all-powerful spirit of the African people. These are reports that people had about it. I'm quoting what some people wrote about it. So when they say the all-powerful spirit of the African people, some people in Haiti who speak what they call Creole would say bon Dieu, right? Bon Dieu means bon Dieu, basically saying quickly, almost like pigeon, right? And that's good God, but they sing it on their terms, the meaning they're bringing to it, the Almighty, right? Now, who was presiding over this meeting? A woman called Cecile Fatima, serious woman. She'd been fighting already, leading insurgencies already, right? But this was the meeting where they were formalizing, like, we are all getting together to end slavery. We don't care if it hasn't happened anywhere. We're going to do this, right? 1791. Okay, so her co-president of that meeting, or co-officiating the meeting, was a man called Dirty Bookman. Dirty Bookman, they said, was from West Africa. In fact, Cecil Fatima, they say was from West Africa. Some people say he was from Dahomey area. Dirty Bookman, they say he was from the Senegambia area. And all these things, I just want us to think of in terms of these are the people from Africa who are doing their thing, right? So Dirty Bookman, so they brought him over to Jamaica, and then he ended up in Haiti, right? Let's bear in mind that Jamaica, looking at our map, Jamaica is a bit to the west of Haiti, right there. So pretty close, right? And up north, that bit you see to your left, like the northwest of the map, is a piece of Cuba, or Cuba, as they would say. So I'm just trying to get us to have a sense. And to the right, you have a lot of the other British colonies back then, and let's just have some perspective on our bearings as we're speaking about this. Okay, so first, before we go on ahead and start talking about the war itself, let's talk about the women real quick. The women who organized and engaged in battles. I'm talking about the women who supported and sustained the fight. We have to always remember this. When you study any insurgency, just remember that it's the women that are keeping this going, And in the Haitian situation, like I told about Cecile Fatima, we know that there are a lot of women who fought, but because it was a male-dominated historiography that was going down, they would not talk about many of them, right? Naturally, they'll talk about men, right? But we have to always bear in mind that these women were the ones that were keeping the thing going. And you see from Dessalines' statements and works and all that, that he had a very serious feeling, understanding of this concept, the humanity of it, right? Okay. So, like I said, Cecil Fatima and Dottie Bookman were already conducting operations before the Boakaima thing, right? There was a sister called Suzanne Sanité Belair. She was later executed later on in the war with her husband, who was called Charles Belair. You know, they were serious fighters too. This woman, Sanité Belair, when it's time to execute her, they wanted to blindfold her. She said, "Nah, she's not gonna be blind. She's gonna look at them shoot her." You know, so think of these women. You know, another woman who actually, let's say, outlived the war. She fought in the war, but lived through after the war. Right. Her name was Marie-Jeanne Lamartinière. You know, maybe some of us are familiar with her. And then we'll talk about a woman that mentored Dessalines when he was younger. You know, she trained him in combat. You know, her name is Victoria Montu. People call it Toya. You know, these are fascinating. I'm saying fascinating not in terms of like some Hollywood story or anything, but it's important people that we have to study these women. You know, now let's talk about the 14 years of war that led to Dessalines declaring the independence of Haiti. Okay, so black people started fighting the French after the Bois Caïma. Now people stopped working the plantations, which of course started affecting the French economy, right? Because they were exporting the crops we talked about, the cotton, the sugar, and all that. That's what's making France wealthy. Now people just moving away from the plantations, burning the plantations, ruining the economy, and ruining the lives of white people because slavery was about ruining black people's lives, right? So now it's time to, these people talk about vengeance a lot. That's how they see a God as a God of vengeance. And that's the only way to be able to get the white people off their backs. We're not going to we're going to have negotiations. We're going to have, this turn the other cheek. No, 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 no. It's like our God is a God of vengeance. That's a prayer Dottie Bookman prayed that day when they met in Boakaim. At least the documents say so, right? Our God is the God of vengeance. The white people's God is a God that always wants to see us crying. So let's turn our backs on our God. Right with our God who speaks, basically saying that God that speaks from our hearts, the one we really hear. That's the point I would like to make, that, our hearts are saying one thing, our lips, our mouths are saying another thing, and our actions will be determined by what happens by that, right? And sometimes our actions are aligned to what our hearts are saying, but a lot of times when it comes to explaining our actions, we go use what is the dominant ideas. And we'll see Dessalines having to deal with that, Toussaint having to deal with that, and then Dessalines finally breaking from that, right? So it gets very interesting as the story unfolds. To me, they were becoming more attuned to these Africans who were not interested in having a conversation. Their hearts, their tongues, and their actions were fully aligned. And that's what Dessalines was channeling, and that's what made him scandalous, problematic, and to us, effective. Okay, so France was a superpower like the US in terms of wealth and military might back then, right? Remember that Haiti right now, they had the wealthy plantation owners, then they had poor plantation owners, then they had, some of them were mixed race, call them mulatto, and then John's the color, right? And then you had blacks too, some of them were free, and then most of us were not. Right now, free in quotes, because how it's a black and white world. Right? Once you're black, you're not really free. So they had a class struggle going on among even the people who had the money, right? And they had a race kind of struggle too going on, right? That was the issue over there. For the Africans, they don't care about all of this. They just want to get free. That's it, whatever it means. Okay, 3 years into the fighting, November, August, September, October, 3 months, right? Dutty Bookman is martyred, right? So 2 men step into the leadership of the I'll call it project. Papillon, Jean-Francois Papillon and Georges Biassou, they step in as leaders. Dessalines is working with Papillon. He's a deputy, Papillon's deputy, and Toussaint Louverture is Biassou's deputy. That's what one account says, right? There are other accounts, but I'm just trying to put this out there. But the point is that Papillon and Biassou were leaders, and Toussaint and Dessalines were working with them. When the fighting started, it got hot for them in Saint Domingue, what became Haiti, that 1/3 of the island. So they moved over to the Spanish area and used it as a base where they'll launch attacks in the French area, and the Spanish were supporting them with weapons and supplies. You know how the French, they were interested in the black people winning, at least defeating the French, because they had hopes that they could benefit economically from the island, right? Because if this is the richest colony in the West, whoever has it is going to be wealthy. So we're supporting the Africans, and then the British still joined, and then they declared open war on the French, right? The blacks were fighting to give the blacks French citizenship. Toussaint, Dessalines, them, they gave them, Spanish citizenship, and told them they were free. Of course, the white people have different meanings when they say if they knew white people wanted to do their own thing. So they made it clear to them that we're not fighting for Spain, we're fighting for our freedom. The British started occupying the parts of the country, and just around that time, there were three French commissioners who came to examine the situation in Haiti, because it was a problem in France. Like right now, they knew they had an issue on their hands. So we're trying to see how to work this thing out. And they decided to abolish slavery, because if that's what the Africans want, that's going to get them to go back to an orderly arrangement. They would abolish slavery. Actually, they abolished slavery even before they told Paris, just like they realized that was the only solution. And when they did that, it didn't take much for Toussaint and Dessalines to come and work with them, because it was like, that's what they wanted. They wanted slavery to end, right? Of course, there were problems with that. We'll find out real soon that these people didn't mean it the way the Africans wanted it. But by 1794, Toussaint and Dessalines were now working with the French, and they battled the Spanish and defeated them. Dessalines was Toussaint's deputy then. And then they would battle the British and defeat them too. Then that's around 1799. Napoleon becomes head of state, right? And Toussaint is recognized as the leader of this whole thing, right? Worldwide, people have having some respect for this man there who's doing this thing for black people in a world where, it was just taken for granted that black people were going to be slaves, and they can have some insurgencies here and there, but white people rule, and these people are like, no, we're doing our own thing here. Okay, but Toussaint is using a kind of rhetoric that's like he's part of France. We are still part of France, right? Which is not what our people in the hills and people who are just independent, we call up independent insurgent groups, are not thinking that. They don't think they're part of France, right? They don't care about that. They just want to be free. Right. But Toussaint is using the dominant language of the French Revolution. He talks about republicanism and things like that. Dessalines is his deputy, a faithful soldier, right? Toussaint becomes very powerful in the eyes of the white people. A white guy from France comes in and tries to break Toussaint from some of the other leaders, the lighter-skinned leaders. They just speak straight up about it, right? And told them what their main leader was Rigaud. Rigaud, told him not to listen to Toussaint, don't work with Toussaint, you can't trust him. And Rigaud's come from a background of, he was not really a slave. Toussaint had been a slave, and then he became free, or become enslaved and became free, right? So he understood the whole dynamic. And we also always picture dark skin. Now Rigaud and were light skin, and some of them saw themselves as superior, because of the way the world was arranged. Right. Okay. And so another of his partners, his name was Pétion, So they went to war against Toussaint. Matter of fact, they said they went on. Yeah, actually, they declared that they were breaking away from Toussaint, and Toussaint's not going to have that. He's trying to hold the country together. So they had a war. Toussaint defeated them, and they left for France. Right. Around that time, Napoleon had become fresh head of state, like we mentioned. France, that time was first consul of France, and he appointed Toussaint the governor general of Haiti. Or at that time they called it Saint Domingue, right? Now let's bear this one. When someone in France is calling you governor general, it means you're working for him, right? Toussaint, like I'm saying, is trying to channel this thing that the Africans are feeling. We don't need any France in our lives. But the political language that he could use to have discourse with the world was such that you said that it was not legible. You cannot see, you're not clear when you speak like that. So he was using all these concepts, and sometimes statements like, the idea that Haiti was part of France was not troubled too much. Matter of fact, I was using it as a premise on which he was asking the French to leave them alone. Like, we're still part of France. We're not doing anything to ruin what you're doing. Okay, so now Napoleon expected Toussaint to get all the fighting forces who were still fighting to stop fighting, right? And Toussaint was in a dicey place because it was like he understood why the people were insurging, but he also knew that there had to be order because right now the French economy is collapsing. And he sort of like, they've named you governor general, and, more or less you work with the French to fight the Spanish and all that. You're supposed to be part of the French body politic one way or another, right? So, but Toussaint I'm about to say, he goes up to the mic. He declares to the world, he declares to his people that he's governor general for life, right? Napoleon made him governor general. Toussaint is saying he's governor general for life, which is not what Napoleon is thinking about at all. Napoleon starts hatching a plot to go retake Haiti, right? But he knows that these people are not easy people. You can't just go up and fight them, right? So people start asking me, Napoleon, why are you doing this, right? What's the rationale behind it? And it's like, look, well, all the white people have been abandoned, more or less handed over to these ferocious blacks, right? These fierce blacks, And then check this part out. He says, I am for the whites because I am white. And that's a good enough reason why he has to go back and try to re-enslave these. So that's when he said they had ended slavery, but the Africans didn't think that was what's happening at all. Okay. And guess what? France, Britain, and the US were not necessarily friends around that time. But when this thing happened, they all got together. Britain, France, and the US, they all got together. I don't know if I don't remember mentioning the fact that the British, when they were in the country after the Toussaint defeated the Spanish, they also defeated the British. It was a longer war. It took about 5 years, but they eventually defeated the British. The British came in with a lot of resources, 50,000 soldiers. First, they burned like 10,000. The numbers went up a little bit, 50. And the Africans defeated them too. So they had to get off the island, right? Now, so they were enemies of France in a certain sense, right? And then now they're all together. All the red, white, and blues are together, right? Okay. So Napoleon sends these soldiers to come and retake Haiti, take it from Toussaint and them. But they're going to be strategic because the Africans can fight. The black people can fight, right? So they say they're not going to make it obvious. They're going to come and just say, oh, we're just trying to restore order, right? Because most of our people were not working with the French government, worked with the French army. They'll call them independent insurgents, like we're saying, right? So more or less, they're roping Toussaint and by extension Dessalines in to come and work for them to fight the freedom fighters, right? And in a sense, Toussaint is in a bind because he's been working with the French officially. They're giving him ranks and all that. He's part of the French army, more or less, right? And so is Dessalines. Okay, so next thing we know, Napoleon reinstates slavery in the French colonies. Now, when he abolished it, they went ahead and said they were abolishing all through the French Empire, right? Which means all French colonies, but it was not really implemented in some of their colonies. So Napoleon starts by saying that those islands that slavery was not fully abolished, they should know that slavery is back in order. It's there. And from Toussaint and Dessalines, this means you're going to bring it over here too. Toussaint already could read that Napoleon was about to do some crazy thing, right? Napoleon was sent like on that mission, he sent about 22,000 soldiers. There's an estimate. Could be more. Could be just around that number. 80-something ships. Some people say 86. To retake the island from Toussaint. But they had talked to them in a certain way. They told them that, look, be strategic about it. Go there as friends. Don't go upset Toussaint and Dessalines them. They had actually been studying these guys, and they all had a lot of respect for them. Based on what they did in defeating the British and the Spanish. There were reports about them in European papers. They noted Dessalines. They had noted Toussaint. So they had sort of like a psychological profile of these people. Of course, it's always going to be inadequate, sometimes wrong. But they knew these people were serious warriors, right? So they said, don't go and start fighting with them. Act like you're working with them, right? And because Toussaint said we're part of France, we're working with them to restore order to keep the French economy going. But Toussaint was like, no, as soon as they land, let's start fighting them. So as soon as they landed, they started fighting them. Someone like Henry Christophe was one of their partners. He just went straight up. His job was to burn up one of the main Turks that were going to take, as soon as they got off the ships, he just burned up the place. First, they tried to fight him a little bit. They knew they couldn't win because these people were well resourced. They actually read the number of soldiers the Africans had, the Haitians had. That's Inuit Haitians, but I know what I mean. The black people in Saint Domingue. And they brought more soldiers than that, including Polish soldiers, about 5,000 soldiers, Polish soldiers who were working in the French army. There were some Germans, there were also some other people too, but they brought these soldiers that were more than what the black people were ready to deal with, right? So they were overwhelmed. And so they had to use the scorched earth tactic, right? You try to stand your ground. If it's getting tricky, burn up the place and move on. Right, to another place and fight from there. When they come closer, you can't burn up the place, So they're trying to destroy the place so that people can't have anything to occupy, It's some serious thing, 3 months of intense fighting to the point where some of the generals, the black generals are becoming a little bit, and it's becoming too much for them. Some of them start surrendering. It was general exhaustion, so to speak. So on both sides, because it was a win some, lose some for both sides. So the Africans were disadvantaged in terms of, resources, the will to fight. You couldn't touch it. So they were giving the invaders a rough time, So both sides were exhausted and they decided to have a ceasefire. It was around May in 1802. Toussaint, told them that they should grant amnesty to all the black leaders, as part of the agreement. And they said, oh, yeah, we agree, you guys, but still, yet they had their plan in mind, right? If you read their communications, the idea is that we're going to get rid of Toussaint, we're going to get rid of Dessalines, we're going to get rid of Charles Belair, we're going to get rid of Henry Christophe, all these guys. Apparently, Henry Christophe, under serious pressure, according to some reports, had to kind of like surrender, to them, even before the ceasefire. But, that's something that we all have to go do our research and find out what the truth really is. Okay. So a month later, Toussaint is tricked. In fact, between that time, Dessalines was still fighting when Toussaint was making some of these agreements. Was fighting out a part of the country, and he was sending letters to Toussaint like, "Hey, we're doing this. We fought them over here. And he wasn't getting replies. And then one day he gets a message that he has to come in a meeting with Toussaint. So he and Charles Belair, he too was like a leader of another group of fighters. So they came to meet their boss, so to speak. Their boss is Toussaint. And Toussaint is like, man, we got to give up. I mean, we can't win against them like this, So, but meanwhile, let's stockpile arms. Let's get ready. But right now, things are not okay. We're gonna work with the French now. And Dessalines and we're like, whoa, we didn't expect that at all, right? I'm putting in the terms that I want to read them, but people were talking about how they felt betrayed and all that, But I can see how they can understand what Toussaint is saying because they're on the battlefield, but they still want to fight on, right? But the things that the leader is saying that let's kind of like sort of like go underground and kind of like cooperate with the French people and find a way to work it out from there. That's my reading of the thing. Okay, and Toussaint gets tricked and captured and sent off to shipped off to France. We all know that part of the story, And he tells them that what you guys have done is you've just cut down the trunk of the tree of black liberty. This is a quote from someone. I don't know if it's exact words. It's like you've just dealt with the trunk, but the roots of this tree are many and they're deep. So you're not done. And he was right. So now Dessalines is in charge. He steps into Toussaint's role, right? And the French are like, they're giving him projects and try to get the people to do what the French people want to do. And he's an officer in the French army, and he's forced to do that, But meanwhile, he's stockpiling more arms. When he sent him out to go stop these people, maybe he was sending some of the guns to the French, heads of the French operation, and then he's saving some for the fighters too, And by October, they just declared that we're not working for the French, we're working for ourselves. So now Dessalines, Henry Christophe, Pétion, someone who left the country after the Civil War with Rigaud, who's one of the people we'll call the background of non-slavery, Okay, so, and another man called Francois Capot, So these guys are moving on the French now. They're fighting the French, and they fought them real good, and defeated the French. Ultimately, there was a lot of torture and murder of the Haitian people. And Dessalines like, if you're going to treat us like that, we're going to give you the same kind of treatment. But at the same time, at that time, in many instances where Dessalines showed a lot of mercy to people, right? Like people who were not who belonged to certain fighting forces that didn't want to cooperate with them, Dessalines would have to punish them, right? But then he would honor people who would like even not defy his orders, but who say, I don't want to work with you because I belong to this other group. And Dessalines would say, you're a very courageous guy to speak to me like that. So you're going to join us. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to, add you to our thing. Like he honored people who showed courage, independence of thought, things like that. And then he spared a lot of white people, right? People make it look like, oh, he was just blindly, giving white people a hard time. He was very surgical about how he went about that. We'll talk about that in a second. Now, Napoleon had lost Haiti because these Africans had defeated them completely now, and they're taking over the island, right? He sent all these forces, and they've been defeated. Okay, and later on, Napoleon would say, Napoleon himself ended up in prison before he passed away, right? And while he was in prison, he said, man, I should have been satisfied with governing the island through Toussaint, right? He said he did it based on bad advice. Yeah, but now the Africans had the island. We could say Toussaint had led the people to the finish line, and Dessalines had brought us across the finish line. And they'd shown to the world that liberation is a universal concept, not just for white people, not something that suits white people, and now we're bringing their own meaning to it. And here's where the thing gets interesting. They step up and make a declaration of end of the war, more or less. Some people say it was an independence declaration, but it would a more profound independence declaration be made later. As we said earlier on, Dessalines has a group of writers, scholars, soldiers, who are thinking together, right? It's almost like what you're doing with the weapons, they're also doing with words. They're constructing ideas. Some people describe their kind of language as violent, right? But I'm just saying that some of us would call it just language that's true to how Africans really feel about this very, 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 very delicate, very intense situation, right? So now the point I'm trying to make at this point is that Dessalines has moved away from the discourse of the French, right? He's no longer trying to identify with France. Matter of fact, they all clear that, look, man, we don't want to be part of France, So November 29th, 1803, this is right after the defeat of the French. Dessalines goes forward and presents his first independence declaration of Haiti. And one of the things he says in that speech is, all means are lawful to people who are enslaved. This is a lot of, white planters, plantation owners, who supported slavery, who were fighting against them, and Dessalines gave them a rough ride. People were complaining, why are you treating white people like that? And so in this speech, he's trying to tell, a lot of white people got killed and we're blaming on Dessalines. Actually, he said, well, I didn't ask people to do it. They did it themselves because of how you've treated them. And basically, it's like all means are lawful to people who are enslaved. They are innocent before the Almighty, who never created people to suffer like that, to suffer humiliation and things like that. That's what he said in that speech. So you see, he's moving in another direction altogether now, right? He's speaking what our people really feel. Other people go up and say, well, we didn't intend to do that. We don't want to do that. We'll punish the people who did. No, he said he's articulating what the people are feeling. Okay, what were some of the Western reactions to what the Haitians did? They hadn't called it Haiti yet, what these Black people in Haiti had done. It inspired the abolitionist movement, mainly white people who would call themselves friends of Black people who were in chains. It made them step it up like, oh, this thing was possible for Black people to get free, in the Western Hemisphere and in Europe. These abolitionists became louder because of what the Africans in Haiti had been able to accomplish. But France was very upset. It refused to recognize Haiti. In fact, the U.S. still refused to recognize Haiti. Thomas Jefferson was the head of state back then. Initially, the British still refused to recognize Haiti. But that doesn't mean that businessmen in their countries were not working with Dessalines and people were selling them arms and all that. But the governments themselves officially didn't want to recognize them. Okay. What they did broke France so bad that Napoleon had to sell off France's possession in America. I'm sure most of us have heard of the Louisiana Purchase, right? So, this is what some people say doubled the landmass of the United States. So down from Louisiana, a good chunk of Louisiana, a bit of Texas, a bit of New Mexico, Nebraska, all the way up to South Dakota, North Dakota. They 13 states, bits of most of them, and then complete states too. A huge chunk, all the way from south to the north. in the middle of America. I'm sure some of us can just look it up, or some of us already know it. Got sold off. France sold it off and gave it to America because they needed the money, right? And they sold it for only $15 million. Right? That's how desperate they were in terms of their economics because of what the Africans had done in Haiti. They broke the French economy. Okay. In 1807, that's like 3 years later, the England abolishes the slave trade. They're not abolishing slavery yet. They're abolishing the slave trade, and we all know about what happened with that one too. But quickly, let's talk about the Black world. I'm going to just focus a little bit on. I mean, insurgencies were happening. People all over the Caribbean, Black people were just rising up. Some more were inspired by what was happening in Haiti, or back to San Domingue back then. Okay. In the U.S. in 1800, 1822, and 1831. This is 822 and 31 is after Dessalines. But they created a situation in Haiti that was inspiring Black people everywhere. All these, Gabriel Prosser, 1800, Denmark Vesey, 1822, Nat Turner, 1831. They all were talking about Saint Domingue. Denmark Vesey, for instance, said he was going to do his thing in America, major insurrection to end slavery in America, and then he was going to move to Saint Domingue, right? Haiti, by that time it was Haiti. Now Turner too was talking about Haiti. All this were inspired by that. Okay, so Dessalines starts to receive information about how the French are doing their best to come and retake the island, and he let them know that, look, when you come, we're going to treat you real dirty. So we're going to do everything to make it impossible for you to take the island. And he had his way. That's exactly what happened. So the first day of the next year, 1804, Independence Declaration, Dessalines speaks with his people, as Black people, to the world, instead of trying to speak with the world about their situation. Another type of diplomacy right here. He was not speaking for acceptance. He was only interested in breaking away from the script and saying exactly what we wanted to say, what the Black had to say. So he said something like, we have not yet done enough. He's speaking to his people, actually, to the world, right? So it's like, we have, in the same speech, so we have not done enough for your happiness. The French name still haunts our land, our laws, our habits, our towns, everything still carries the stamp of the French, Then he says, we haven't done enough for your happiness, right? It means we have to get rid of all that. He's not talking just surface language, he's talking about concepts, He said, what has defeated us is not the enslavers' armies, but their deceitful concepts, their language. They throw words at us, and then we take the words and we repeat them. And we start to build our politics around that. Seems like no more of that. Let's say what we really, really want to say. He goes on to say, what do we have in common with this nation of executioners? The difference between us and their cruelty, and our patient moderation. Yeah. And he says the difference between their color and ours. And that's why a lot of people go say, oh, this guy was very racist and all that. No, he's speaking for Blackness. It's beyond the idea of racism, right? Way beyond that. He talks about the seas that separate us, our avenging climate. All tell us plainly that they are not our brothers. That's the way he's looking at it because of what has been happening, the reality of the black and white world we're living in. I said they will never be our brothers. And if they find refuge among us, they will plot against the trouble and divide us. And that's exactly what they were busy doing, right? Trying to break the light-skinned people from the dark-skinned people, and like if people feel like they have their own interests they have to pursue, and the Slim's going to work hard to try to hold the thing together. Matter of fact, some of the main people working with him, especially like I was talking about this group of people who were producing ideas, the writers and all that, they were half, like people would call them people of color, right? Toussaint would say, when you say people of color now, it means people who are not Black. That's how it became, right? If you're Black, they won't call it people of color, just call it Black. Right. So very interesting. Toussaint was very sensitive to these things too. A man deserves full honor and respect. Okay. Another thing Dessalines said in that speech was, know that you have done nothing if you do not give the nations a terrible but just example of the vengeance that must be wrought by people proud to have recovered its liberty and jealous to maintain it. Let us frighten all those who would dare try to take it from us again. Yeah, this Dessalines talking, the African eagle, Then you go out and this is Independence Declaration, and he's saying something like, "We have sworn not to listen with mercy to anyone who dares to speak to us of slavery." Right? No conversation to be had. If you give them a hint that you're thinking of bringing slavery around, yeah, we're not going to do it. It's just no mercy. right? Okay, now he's receiving more and more information, and he's actually seeing the French people making all sorts of moves. Many of them had sort of left that half of the island and then moved to the Spanish side of the island. And they were finding ways to get back. They were asking for reinforcements from France. Napoleon should send them stuff for them so they can retake the land. And actually, a British official, named Duckworth, actually sent Dessalines some, what they call intelligence. Like, look, this is what you're doing, man. So Dessalines sends a letter back to him, saying, yeah, thank you very much. The man's name was Duckworth. Yeah, for the notice that you gave me concerning the armaments being prepared in France against the island of Haiti. Then he says, I have been on my guard for a long time, and I'm ready to receive the invaders. And he keeps saying, we must take any hope of re-enslaving us away from them. And this is what he means by that. Anyone who be in Haiti or around them, that's going to make it possible for them to have a reason, because they can come in and say, we're trying to protect white people, or we're coming to come and protect our property, whatever, right? Dessalines like, nope, we're not going to make that possible. So between January, some people say from February till April, news came out in the world media and world news that, hey, in Haiti, they're killing white people like crazy. By April, they say about 5,000 whites had been slaughtered. And of course, people say, oh, yeah, it's genocidal, and this is, hatred, it's brutish, it's barbaric, da, 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 Interestingly, there's a French professor, in the US, and his writing is very interesting, white French guy. Around the early part of the 2000s, if you read his essays about Haiti, he's talking like this. He was very dismissive of Dessalines, show no respect at all. Like basically, but I read one that he wrote around 2012, right? That's like a little later. Now he's studying the thing and he's realizing that things were more interesting, nuanced than that, right? And Gerard is saying that he realized that Dessalines specifically targeted those who were invested in a return to slavery. He targeted only the French planters and the people who were part of their circles, and Dessalines intentionally excluded French doctors and surgeons and priests, right? He excluded mixed race descendants of the French. He excluded all non-French whites. He excluded Polish veterans of the fighting forces that were sent to come and mess with them, because these Polish guys, they were not willing to cooperate with the French after a point. They sent them to go kill everybody. Matter of fact, there were moments where they actually said they were going to kill all the black people. This was before Dessalines won. So at one point, when Dessalines was working for them, they actually asked him to go out and go kill a whole bunch of black people. And Dessalines said, I'm not going to do that. Right? They actually wanted Dessalines to be the one to go arrest Toussaint. And Dessalines said, I'm not going to do that. This is sometimes he was a disobedient soldier, right? He had problems, with in terms of behavior, in that sense. If it wasn't going with his conscience as a soldier, he wouldn't obey it. But at the same time, he was very disciplined, But okay, so back to this. The Polish veterans who fought with Leclerc, who was in charge of the people Napoleon sent, Dessalines spared them. US and British merchants, he spared them too. There were Germans, he spared them. So when they talk about he killed 5,000 people, whites and all that, he slaughtered every white person on the land, in the land, it sounds very, spectacular, but they were saying what they wanted to say, right? But guess what? So after the whole thing, right, this is like in April, so the latter part of April 28th, he shows up and gives a speech, right? And this speech should be reported in global media, right? Basically. And Dessalines says, yes. He didn't come there and say, well, we're sorry, we spared all these people. Nah. He says, yes, we have rendered to these true cannibals war for war, crime for crime, outrage for outrage. Yes, I have saved my country. Then he goes on to say things like, the avowal I make of it in the face of heaven and earth constitutes my pride and joy. Of what consequence to me is the opinion which contemporary and future generations will pronounce upon my conduct. I have performed my duty. I enjoy my own approval. For me, that is sufficient, right? Different kind of politics altogether. Most people come and say, well, it was a terrible thing. Or even he might talk about what actually happened. He might say, oh, yeah, we spared a lot of people. We're not. Nah, he's telling you his intention is to make you not want to come and mess with them again. That's it. So, yeah, he stood up there and give political protection to what happened, he had a lot of confidence in his people's power. He said, my arm raised over their heads has too long delayed to strike. Now the signal with the justice of the Almighty has urged your hands, he's talking about the black people in Haiti, your hands, righteously armed, have brought the axe upon the ancient tree of slavery and prejudices. So he's saying that he's channeling what the black people of Haiti are doing. I'm doing this because this is who we are, right? He's not trying to separate himself from the people like I'm your savior. No, he's articulating, through physical behavior, so to speak, right? What the people are feeling, right? And this is something that most of us, most of our politicians are not willing to do, right? Okay, so in 1801, he had made another statement, which shows us how seriously he took his people. He says, I remember that I counted on your loyalty and courage when I threw myself into the career of fighting for your liberty. Right? He was counting on his people's loyalty and courage. He has a lot, but like earlier on, like I said, he had a lot of confidence in the genius of Haiti. The nature and the people. He had talked about the genius of Haiti, which is supposed to be what in regular English we say a spiritual force, the spirit of Haiti. They said will rise out of the water and dash the Europeans' boats to pieces and drown them, right? And he says, let them come. I wait for them with firmness and with a steady eye. Right? That's the African eagle and his vision right there. It will be better for them that the sea receive them in its profound abyss than to be devoured by the anger of the children of Haiti. So you get a sense right there how he feels about the people of Haiti. He has a lot of confidence in the people because the children of Haiti, right? And he was very into solidarity on black terms. He said this black light skin, dark skin thing, they should forget about is the white people were trying to use that to divide them. So what he wanted was that they should work together, and that's their strength. And he was serious about the Pan-African thing, back to the blackness thing, right? He said, of course, that they were not going to interfere with other people because they had a particular situation. But when people escaped to Haiti, and the white people in those like Jamaica and all that, the governments were like, "Hey, people are escaping to Haiti. You got to." He said, "Like, I don't know." He gave them protection, basically. He said, "I don't know about it." Right? He wouldn't let them go. Right? He supported the struggle going on in Guadeloupe. Or Guadeloupe. There was an armed struggle going over there for the people were trying to get free too. There was a moment where they got cornered in a fort and with your leader called Delgres, and he had to blow up the fort rather than surrender. And Dessalines is praising him as a magnanimous warrior. This is a translation of his speech. And I must quickly add that there was a woman called Solitude who was there with Delgres in that fort, and she survived the explosion, and she was executed. So that's someone we also got to think about. Solitude, a sister in Guadeloupe. If we could read upon her and see what kind of vibes these people are bringing to the fight. The African eagle Dessalines, he said he wished that he could fly to the assistance of the people in Martinique who are also fighting to get free from the French. Now, let's remember that all these people are fighting their own fight. You're not waiting on Dessalines. Matter of fact, in Martinique, some very serious things happened. They chased away even the governor at one point. So these people already had a fighting thing, but Dessalines is showing how he's connected to them in their struggle, right? Okay, so his people are realizing that he cannot function as a governor general. At that time, he took the title governor general because that's what head of state takes, right? But it implied that France was still ruling their country, right? So his advisors suggested that he should become emperor, where he doesn't take orders from anyone, and there should be a single leader who makes the calls. So they decided to make him an emperor, right? And in his nomination speech, he said, "As long as the cruelty, the barbarity, and the avarice of our enemies bring them to our shores, I will justify your choice. Fighting at your head, I shall prove that the title of your general will ever be honorable to me." 1804, he's crowned emperor alongside his wife, Marie Claire Heureuse Félicité Bonheur, right? A lot of wonderful things that we said about her. If you have a chance, please read up on her. Some people say she was so nice, she was so pleasant. They try to make it like Dessalines was this terrible person. He had this lovely wife by his side to balance things. So she was very kind. They've tried to contrast Dessalines with Toussaint. Toussaint was very gentle and understanding, merciful. Dessalines was not. But all these people are complementary forces working together. His empress would sometimes be like in their camps while they were fighting. She was a fighter too, but she wasn't picking up arms necessarily. Like I told you, the women that make us, this that sustain the struggles. All right. That same year, Napoleon was also crowned emperor. Some people say, well, it's because Napoleon was going to crown himself emperor then. Some people say, no, this we're already going to do it, right? Okay, in May 1805, wow, I've gone way over time, right? I think I'm going to cut it right here. But he passed the Constitution, and in the Constitution, he protected women. There were rules that if you're born out of wedlock, you are not going to go. You're not a full citizen, right? If your parents were not married and they had you, you were not going to have citizen. Dessalines gave he said whether you're born in wedlock or out of wedlock, you are full citizen. He said all men should be good to their women in their lives. Then he said no white man will set foot in the territory as a master, proprietor, and he said the flag of the country would be red and black. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that. And let's open it up for conversation. I hope other things will come up as we're talking, because I didn't realize that this much time had gone by. So let's discuss.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, Ras, we give thanks for that presentation. And Jacques-Dessalines, the African Eagle. What I noticed is that for them, they decided to stop at nothing to get their freedom. And when they gained their freedom, they were also willing and ready to put everything in place to protect it. Now, I know that these achievements inspired a lot of other revolutionary activities in other parts of the world, or Africa especially, which saw us in gaining independence, because when they forced the end of slavery and it inspired other African freedom fighters to also take up the fight to end in one way or the other forms of colonization in their part of the world. What we notice here is that currently the question is, are we as passionate, or are we as are we interested in safeguarding that independence, that end to slavery, or independence that we have earned from by our freedom fighters? If you look at our current generation, does it look like we are pleased with the sacrifices made, and that we are willing and ready to protect our independence at all costs? Yesterday, when we were reading one book, Nkrumah cited the fact that even when the Europeans came here, the little they achieved, like the coast that they were colonizing, they made sure they built castles with cannons pointing to the sea to ward off other European powers that may want to come and partake in the spoils or loot that they are getting from Africa. But it doesn't look like we, the Africans who have been bequeathed to this independence, have been bequeathed to us. It doesn't look like we are so much happy about. We are jealously guarding this independence. So that is the question that how do you see today how we protect and guard our independence in comparison to what the likes of Dessalines they gave us? I give thanks.
Give thanks. Give thanks. I'm not going to pretend that I have an answer. From where I sit, I see the same energy in a lot of people. I see it in you. I see it in a lot of brothers we're interacting with every day. A lot of brothers on the platform, a lot of sisters. I just see the same energy. I think that what we need is clarity. We need ideas. I think most of the time we're operating like with sometimes like a sense of amnesia, or we don't even have we've never we need to sit with these ideas, right? We need to have our own conceptual language because, like we're saying, Dessalines, them, they had to evolve, right? Like we're saying, they had to, for a minute they were working within a certain kind of mindset. They were fighting for Black freedom, just like a lot of African leaders were fighting. Mugabe was fighting. Mandela was fighting. Armed struggle. Let's talk about Mandela, for instance, right? Armed struggle, right? But you see how his politics was after the war. We contrast that with Winnie Mandela because of the ideas Mandela is using, right? Winnie Mandela is speaking like a Dessalines, right? Um, Going to that space where the way Dessalines and his partners were reasoning is something that is not inculcated in us through our education, our experiences, neo-colonial experience and environment that we're living in, So it is hard for people to conceptualize, or at least put what your heart feels together with what you're saying and their actions. What we want is white people to get off our backs. But when you say that, doesn't make sense because of realities, right? Like Dessalines, when they did that thing, they paid a price for it economically, right? Politically, major price. It was not an easy thing. Most people wouldn't want to go through that. They're like, life is bad enough already. So why do you make it worse? So what I think is that is because we don't have the conceptual grounding. And by like sitting with people like Dessalines' ideas, right? Like sitting with people who've actually gone against the discourse, right? And there are very few of them, or when people talk about them, they try to fold them back into the general discourse. We start to have something to hold on to. It's like we don't really have things we're holding on to do this thing generally. But I see that energy of Dessalines in most of us. When you hear the youngsters rising up somewhere, when you see the things people are doing, even when people channel into always looking for economics, we're trying to make life better. Sometimes you see the attitude that they take to that thing. I see a Dessalinian kind of vibe in there, right? But can we start talking, bringing it to the politics of it? I say politics is beyond nation state politics. What Dessalines were doing, so expressed in Haiti, but like I was saying, you realize that he was thinking of a black world. He was speaking here in Tucson. He was speaking in terms of black people. So I think we need the grounding. We need a grounding in these ideas. That's what I think. Can someone else chip in? Because I know people have very important things to say about this. Go on throwing this thing up. Dessalines was saying something like, he he said, "Look, remember, I sacrificed everything to rally to your defense. My family, children, fortune, and now I am rich only with your liberty. My name has become a horror." Reminds us of Garvey when he says, "Yeah, I'm a terror," right? To all those who want slavery. And he goes on to say something like, "My happy fate was to one day be the guard watching over your sacrifices to liberty. In fighting for your liberty, I was working for my own happiness." Dessalines is the only person who's added to the voodoo pantheon. When everybody did, most people who respected themselves when I'm talking about Dessalines, he was already being dealt with as a deity, so to speak, amongst those who were tapping into African spirituality, right? For 100 years, nobody wanted to talk to him in self-respecting conversations, but they put him 100 years later, 1903, national anthem was named after him. People were speaking for him gradually in above ground conversation. And we know that last year in Benin, there was a sculpture, a statue of him that was installed, and so on. So initially, nobody wanted to deal with him because what he did was kind of intense too. It's kind of singular. You know what I mean? It's good to remember that these things are not precedented. Most of us like familiar things. What we like to talk and act in terms of what everyone else is doing. Then we tweak it a little bit. Doesn't mean them that we're breaking from things and setting a certain kind of tone. Some also argue that up to now, there's a lot of what we call radical politics that it's not even it's not touching what Dessalines set up, and they were setting the foundation for us. They were giving us the blueprint, you know. So he's saying the highest homage we can render to his memories to follow the path that he has traced for us, you know. And here I want to think about language. People talk about the violence quickly when you talk about Dessalines this and there's, oh yeah, it's just the violence. That was those days. That's not what we talk. We're talking about his attitude. What does he want? What's he doing? And one thing he was showing us that we have to be immune to the conceptual language that we're dealing with, the dominant conceptual language. We have to be immune to it, you know? We shouldn't just be thinking that if we change the words so we speak in our own vernacular, we've done anything. There are a lot of people speaking vernacular and they're just reproducing Western ideas. We all know that, you know? So this means that we're fighting against the very idea of language that has been imposed on us. Not just fighting. Matter of fact, they were writing and speaking in French. You know, of course, he preferred to speak in Creole, but the statements you make, they were in French. So it's not about switching your language and speaking your own language that will change it. It's a conceptual framework that has to be what you are trying to say. You know, it says, what are you feeling in your heart versus what's going to go down well in people's ears. You know, that's what I think. And I think our education sort of pulls us away from that. We're busy trying to use all the frameworks that they give us to explain our points, you know, and we should be able to step away from that and say, what do we really, really want to say? And Dessalines them were able to do that, which is pretty rare, we must say, you know.
So, um, Rastafari.
Yes, my brethren, Rastafari.
I wanted to ask a question about how they resource themselves. How did they get themselves armed to? Because I couldn't imagine they were producing their ammunition and weapons by themselves, you know, because already are like an organized rebellion. How did they organize their weaponry, if you could?
Interesting. Very good question. So we can think of it in different stages, right? Of course, when they started, they had very little to work with. So machetes, knives, you know, few guns you steal from you go burn a plantation. The masters have weapons there. You take some, right? These were when they were like scattered forces and all that, and when they were starting out, you know. But when they moved to the Spanish side of the island, the Spanish started arming them. You know, this was only like maybe 2 years into the fighting, right? So initially it was like, you know, the little that they had was what they were working with. And still, you know, they would burn plantations, they would, you know, poisoning white people, like anything, you know, maybe it wouldn't be as impactful as having all these guns and all that. So yeah, when they moved to the Spanish territory, the Spanish started supplying them a little bit. And then when the Spanish joined them and the British joined them, of course, there was a chance for them to get what they wanted. And one thing Toussaint was doing, he always knew that they wanted to try to come put us back in slavery. So he was always saying, let's collect arms, let's stockpile arms, right? So they had places in the mountains that they were stockpiling arms all through these periods, right? And remember that Toussaint and Dessalines and Henry Christophe, all these major leaders, Charles Belair, they were all part of the French army. And like I was trying to bring out that scene where they would send Dessalines to go out and go crush the insurgents, and they would give him weapons, right, to go do that. And then he would hide some of those weapons over there too, you know? And so they had to use ingenious ways. They had to use their imagination. And like many times they were outgunned. So I like your question in terms of Selassie said something about their fight against the Italians. He said, the will, the fighting spirit is what you can never conquer. Let's remember that war is not about how many people you can kill. War is about crushing the will of your opponent. So they'll say, we can't fight anymore. And the Ethiopians in Celesti's time, they were not going to do that. Ethiopians and the Menelik, they were not going to do that. And definitely the Ethiopians, the Africans, of course, the Ethiopians in Haiti, the Africans there, they were not going to back down, even if all they had was sticks. Selassie used imagery like that, where he talks about, you know, whatever they had, they would use to fight, you know. So very important question you're asking, you know. So we have to do all we can to get what we want, but also the will is what we have to feed, the will to fight, you know, and use our wits, you know. So just lean and build connections. And after they were defending themselves, like I was saying, the governments wouldn't recognize them, but they were dealing with merchants, you know, like American war merchants, let's say weapon merchants, we're doing business with them, though the U.S. government wouldn't recognize them. These merchants, they want to sell stuff, right? So Dessalines will make his connections work, and then he'll get from them. He was working with British merchants too and getting weapons, gunpowder, guns, and of course, while we're fighting, as you know, in guerrilla warfare or what you call asymmetrical warfare, is a lot of it's got to do with, when you crush the people you're fighting, you take what they have, right? So by defeating the French, they were taking what they could. Sometimes the French or the British would destroy things, but a lot of times they were able to take some of that. So that's a little bit I can say about that. But what are your thoughts, though? Is there some way you want to extend that? I'll be happy to hear.
Well, I'm saying, um, not long ago we had one, that was 57. You
Mm-hmm.
see? Yeah, we had the rebellion. That was a rebellion, man.
You said what year?
57,
Okay.
1957,
Okay.
5th of March.
Mm-hmm.
That was a phantom independence. You see?
Mm-hmm.
In the sense that, you see, the whole basis of this thing is ammunition, and that was an opportunity we should have seized to make our own weapons, you see, of mass destruction. Then we failed it, you see. What are we doing now to amend that situation? Because when you say you are independent and you have to take your soldier to the British to train for you, then who are you talking about? Who are you fooling? Yeah. So we get serious about this. Yeah. So lie down there on the day of independence. It's on record. Nkrumah Osagyefo himself is attributing everything to God. I thought he was going to say to the people who bring the independence, let the people feel it in their chest and know, say, it's forward we go, yeah. But the man was attributing the whole thing to God, though. How did we feel about that? Yeah. Then we are here now, and we still don't amend the situation. When are we going to build our own thing? Is it beyond that? Are we cursed? What is it?
So, brethren, what I think is, what you think can be done. You have to work, because nobody could do it if you wait and no say you want to do something. You for do it. You see, because the thing we say, you're seen in a particular way, right? And just lean them, if they sat down and said, "Oh, why is nobody doing this? Why can't we do it? Why can't we do it? We're supposed to be doing this year after year." We wouldn't have this example, right? So if you have something in mind, you have to. But what I think the main thing is that the ideas that we're working with is what's determining our behavior. And I think that's something we overlook that. We go for, this is the solution. Let's just go do this. But have you thought about it? And just lean them, like I said, he had a team of thinkers. They didn't just get up and make random statements. They were thinking seriously and intentionally making these moves. Rather than, I know things are terrible, we just got to do something. So that's I think we have to be very solid in terms of the ideas we're working with. Then it won't become just theories. Our theories should be based on actual actions. That's what I think. That's my reading of it. But I'd love to hear what other people think, though. I think we are not taking ideas seriously. When I say ideas, in terms of concepts, that what are we doing? What is our situation as Black people really? Is it just bread and butter? Right? Is it jobs? Is it just jobs? Most of us, we think that's the thing, right? If that's the level of, and in Nkrumah's time, that was how some people were thinking, even, right? They were happy to get independence, but after independence, they were not too interested. A lot of people were not too interested in, even some people working with Nkrumah were not too interested in the things he was talking about. They fought hard for independence through their demonstrations and all that, but they were not that interested, because most people thinking about these things in terms of, you know, what do I eat? If I can get a job and all that, which is important. All these are necessary, but it's a scope. Are we addressing the world situation? That's what Dessalines did. That made them a problem. They were addressing the world situation. You know, they didn't say, "Oh, we're just taking care of our own business." If you hear the statements Toussaint is making and Dessalines is making, it's about the black situation in the world. Matter of fact, if you look at Dessalines says something like this: "If you're in Haiti, you're black. If you can't stand it, get out of the country. Whether you're Polish, whether you are, you know, wherever you're from, you're black. That's the identity he's giving you." He's thinking about the black world. You know, what does that mean for us to say we're black? You know, and so on. What I'm saying is that on a conceptual level, we need to do a lot. We need to stay on ideas and work through them. You know, then the actions will come out logically. We'll clarify our vision. The strategies will come. If we just get up and say, "I have to have a strategy," what are you? You can strategize wonderfully and just go fulfill something that puts us back in the same situation. We've seen it happen over and over and over in the 20th century. It's happening now. You know, so I think we have to take our ideas serious. And something like Dessalines, they produced a lot of ideas, written ideas. We got to study them. I'm just some people like, "Oh, there's no strategy here for us to do this and that." That's, you know, let's see what they're saying. Let's get into the concepts and internalize these concepts. And then, based on our situation, as Cabral will say, everything's going to be based on your actual situation. You produce your strategies and your things. But if your concepts are borrowed concepts that you think are yours, we're going to run into problems. So I think in this case, I think some of us have to really study some of these ideas more seriously, not see like it's book learning. Oh, I can read a lot of stuff. I have ideas. I've got a lot of data. You know, I've read 10 books. I know all these guys. No, let's really sit with the ideas. It's not a bunch of words. It's concepts that we're internalizing. And I'm saying that the ideas are the ideas of our people who are not even interested in having a conversation with the world, right? How to align that heart with our tongue and then our actions. Because sometimes what we feel is one thing and what we say is another thing. We say what we are told that this is how you're supposed to speak, which is not necessarily just begging white people and praising white people and calling white people greater. Sometimes you're talking what you know as radical talk, but you're not aware where those ideas are from, and you track them and you're going to a direction of people who have different attitudes, different ideas about the world, like white workers. A lot of our radical ideas lead to the white workers' struggles, not the black who wants to end the whole arrangement so we can breathe. That's not attractive enough, you know. So that's not the conversation that we can have, you know. So Dessalines them didn't sit around and say, "What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us?" They worked on ideas. They developed ideas. And one thing we have to remember: Dessalines didn't actually go to school himself, you know. But this is his body of people he's working with. He would reason with them and say his ideas to them, and then they would write it down. And then on another level, they would also have their own reasonings, and they're producing their own ideas consistently. How many of us are producing ideas that will move things forward? And Nkrumah was producing ideas, right? But are we producing ideas, or we're just looking for someone to give us ideas and then we just regurgitate them? That's the major question. I mean, how much are we doing to produce ideas? I think, just to be blunt about it, we're not serious about ideas. That's all. You know, if we become more serious about ideas, when I say ideas, I just don't mean like we're just theorizing and show that we're smart, whatever, but ideas like what Dessalines them are dealing with, you know. And I hope that this conversation, I mean, the things that we're able to touch on about him gives us a sense of the scope and the texture of the ideas that are possible for us as Black people, you know, as African people.
Rastafari.
So,
Also, what I'm thinking about the question he posed about our inability to create weapons is the fact that initially when Nkrumah started, I heard the citing of the atomic energy sites. And this could have led in maybe nuclear energy exploration and all that. But I think this goes back to the African unity agenda that they were not able to firm it past times, because most African leaders who were trying to create a path, a very anti-colonial path, they were prevented from even implementing their ideas. So I think the leaders thought it wise that having a united Africa can allow us have a united military, a strong bank, and a borderless Africa, such that Africa can have her own strength in terms of developing weapons, industries, siting industries, generating energy, and what have you. But it looks like every effort on the continent towards we actualizing or realizing our true independence is something the West is also fighting against. So how do we, or how can an African country like North Korea and the others go ahead to produce weapons when our former colonizers, they are sort of interfering in our affairs, preventing African leaders from even continuing the decolonization agenda. So I think that is also one impediment why African leaders or African governments have not gone ahead to develop weapons on the continent. Our lack of a proper united organization like the OAU, and the fact that we are not able to protect African leaders who want to go anti-colonial, like the Magafulis and others. That inability will prevent any African leader from rising to say, I'm going to build weapons. So the fear, the fact that we are still a neo-colonial state and the others informs why, as African nations, we are not able to go ahead to develop weapons. This is what I think. If that.
You see the fear, right?
Please, sir.
I say you're saying fear. People are afraid, right?
I think he's saying that, in short, you are still under slavery. Nothing changed. Nothing strange.
Yeah,
Just
that's
a world
straight.
filled of
That's it.
insecurity. Yeah. Just a world that is filled with the notion of God. Yeah. Where everybody talks about this God, but really nothing happens around him. Yeah. It's we are people that always matter. And the people we are put aside. And then when we talk, they tell me that we can't say that. What do you mean? Who do you think you are that I can question you? Just God. Yeah. Let me can tell you something now.
What I'm hearing you say, brethren, is very interesting. We should also bear in mind that there are a lot of people who move real hard for Black people, who, like Dessalines was talking about God a lot, but it was about the people. We were saying Dirty Bookman at the meeting that they had, they called on God, right? But it was
No
about the
question about
people.
that. I mean, I don't mind a man
Yes.
calling about God, I
Yeah.
don't mind a man talking about God. That's not my problem. That is the man concern. But then, when you bring up your that God, then you must be questioned about you can be questioned about your God. Then you can be questioned about your God. If you bring it up, if it is an issue to you, then it's an issue to me. That I must know what you are talking about. Apart from that, there is science that matters. The science of history, the science of geography, science of physics, science, biology, where if we concentrate on that one and stop filling our head with rubbish, yeah, we'll become far and further than this, man. What do you mean? Why are we delayed in there? The only difference that we are delayed is all about this God and how we hold behind it. And even so, that is the only thing that is keeping us back. Look at Rastafari is the only solution to the question of enslavement and colonialism. We must hold it up into our chest. Work. We got to make it work. But when we're going about it behaving like the people around us, then you think you go, well, you can't tell me about God.
I don't know. I don't know if this is the best place to have this conversation, so we don't drag it out. But I want to ask you, say, if you say Rastafari is the solution, right? I think everybody here will agree. So can you say what you mean by that? How do people understand Rastafari? How do different people understand Rastafari? How do we hold it together?
Yeah, it's the whole notion about this fear about God. You see, so that we even cut our foot so much, yeah, that we call our God Jah. Jah is a bastardization of Jehovah. Where do we get Jehovah? Is there in the Bible there? Yeah. This book of fiction, of um, bedtime stories, yeah. Hmm. We
We don't
have made
listen.
it our
Yeah,
reality.
go.
We have gone and made it our reality. So now we must learn from these things that is going on here, because the final conflict is going to always be war. You see, economics, politics ends up with war, and we are not just ready. I don't know why we are not ready. Why can't we just get it around our heads that we can't carry on going on like that again? Carry on Christmas, every Christmas come around, we say nothing changed. So we got to change something, man. Something's got to change. Got to make a change so that we can think scientifically to steer ourselves towards science and technology and things that are intelligent, and not fear to get questioned so we can find answers. You must doubt, and not believe, man. Believe is too peripheral, man. Come on, make me just do this, man. The big man, yeah, he can do it. Relax, we can do it. Make we just conscientize our people, get our people around some intelligence, man. Something to read, something to learn, something to do, man. We can do it, man. But we must get the thing right. We can't do all like we're doing before and expect different results, man. We must do it right if we want to say freedom is what we are fighting for. The self-determination and a beautiful Africa unites and everybody, our children are safe and our women happy. What can we ask? But people they don't want make it possible. That to make it possible is to act on our natural instincts, man. Survival, man. We must rebel. That is fundamental. But to rebel, must get the ammunition, man. Because that's why not, man. To die, yeah, I would die anyway. I don't want a man to talk about it. Hey. Now make you get serious about this. That platform is not like funny. I'm not disrespecting nobody here. Get this straight.
Yeah. So
Maoli, make we reason with them. Make we no fight. Yeah, fight not be the answer amongst we. Yo, make we hold each other in one African love. That's the way forward. It's not one love. We don't have to love nobody else, but for we have to love we. You see, and hold on to each other and make things work, man. Me, I know say if you people ready, like you kick me off the platform long time ago, but we can't do that to Mauli, man. Make you bring him back and hold him home like we are our own, man. Bad man. He knew what he's doing, man. It's high, man. Make you let him do his thing, man. I mean, that insult who? Can I touch you? How many can I tell you he can beat anybody? He can't beat anybody, man. Nobody can fight him amongst we, man. We are people, man. Don't make we just forget about the little thing. Me, I know my ego, man, but can't make we reason. then if we do a thing, man, if we put the man back, if we did put away the strike, man. Hey, come on. It's a little thing question I ask, that's all. Yeah? I deserve to ask a question, yeah? Or I can't ask a question. If you don't tell me I can't ask a question, then I know from you, I know where we're dealing from then on. No, but you know, yeah, man. I make ideas here, man. Cha.
Cool, cool. Some of us don't know exactly what happened, but your point about the oneness is crucial. At the same time, what does oneness mean to different people? That's what I mean by we have to work through ideas, because you could be saying one thing that means one thing to you, to another person it means something totally different. If we don't reason through it, like you say, we go just wonder why people don't understand each other. So the thing you say, we think through things together. Seriously. Yeah. So Russ, is anybody want to say something? If not, Russ Kofi, you go fit throwing something. Daddy B, you want to say something?
Can I say something?
Yes, job love it.
Rastafari greetings, blessed love. Unfortunately, we had a system issue last night, so we couldn't carry it live from the studio. As I speak, tech is still working on the issue, so do forgive us. But my quick question, I have a couple. First one, the Salines, what was his attitude towards the motherland? If you consider his politics, what was his body language towards the motherland in terms of either repatriation or an extended connection between the so-called diaspora and the motherland? What was his body language like? What was his politics?
Okay, as far as, remember, they're living in a time of slavery, right? This is late 18th century, early 19th century, right? You know what's happening in Africa at that time? Even they don't have the Berlin Conference yet.
Yeah.
Africa is not a polity, but there are insurgencies going on, right? But in the diaspora, like in the West, there are armed struggles going on, insurgencies, there are Maroons, Jamaica, right? We know say they had the first Maroon War before them thing jump off and all that. And he was all for that. Not just him alone, Toussaint, all of them, they were very locked into what's happening with all black. They were speaking for black people. The idea of repatriation, I don't think I never heard him talk along those lines. Neither did Toussaint. They were there, they were
Probably a bit
fighting.
too early, as you said, for that kind of.
Africa was going through something where Africa was like the land where they take the slaves from. The land of the slave, more or less. That's where they've been transplanted from, right? There were people on the African countries who were fighting. The question at that time was slavery. Even it wasn't colonialism. It hadn't crystallized like that on the continent of Africa. They were coming in, they were creeping in, they were doing their thing. So Dessalines, for my readings, and I'd love to hear other people's takes if they have some else. It was more like they were addressing the question of slavery. To me, that's more fundamental, because out of slavery, that this colonial thing happened. Think about it. As soon as they said they ended slavery, then they had a Berlin Conference. Then they jump on us that way. They were already working on it, but that was the time they crystallized. It's always got to be Africa. So Dessalines was addressing to me that fundamental problem of the black and whiteness of the world, where the white has to be just because the black is in the state. And he was like, no, we're toppling that. So for me, that's how he is. That's his body language towards us as a collective. And it's very inspiring when you hear that Benin is celebrating him. Right. Last year, they had a statue. They're honoring him over there. A lot of Africans, are honoring him. It's a pity that the AU is talking about Africans have to deal with themselves, and Haiti should be an observer, whatever. They should be part of Africa, But back to Dessalines, that's my reading of it. He's not thinking in terms of anything but crushing the idea of what slavery is. That's what he was. Yeah.
Okay. And my next question too is currently. The issue of Haiti as a member of the African Union. I think we're leaving that to the politicians to determine.
Thank you.
And I think that we should be heard a little more, because unlike the other African countries that are just next door, where we kind of have some kind of, there's a lot of Ghanaians who move to Nigeria, Nigerians who move to Ghana. So it's kind of easy for us to at least grasp that concept. But now when we say Haiti, if you go to KJTR right now and you ask the woman over there or the men or whoever is there about Haiti and the need to have them as part of the African Union, I'm not sure many of them are even thinking in that direction at all. They don't know anything about that to start with.
Yeah.
So we're practically living that. Since I heard of Haiti trying to join the African Union, it's been years now. What's been done? Nothing, not much, because we are leaving it for the politicians to determine. I think that we should find practical ways of building social and cultural ties with Haiti, right? And there's also a certain disadvantage, language barrier, but that can easily be dealt with. After all, some of our neighbors in Africa are also French speaking as well. But what I'm saying is we need to definitely build a social and cultural relationship with Haiti. Is there a Rastafari movement in Haiti? Let's try and connect with them, and let's try to make this a trumpet, issue. Let's trumpet it. Let's make it loud so that the politicians will feel pressured by us to take a step on that, rather than us sit back and be like, hey, okay, Haiti wants to be part of the African Union, all right, and then they are just there doing jagbajantics. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Yeah, totally. I think what you're saying is it, you say, because we were waiting for politicians that they say they're not going to allow Haiti to be part of it because, not be members, they can be observers because the agenda we say that they do with only the people on the continent. How can you have an Africa where you do only the people on the continent?
That's nonsense.
So what you're talking about is what we have to do because they are caught up in that little bubble. We will push the thing, like internationalized.
Yeah, and that's why we define the thing for them. Because now they are defining it and saying that the people on the continent, that's nonsense. Because that's straight away cutting off the children of Africa. Nobody does that. No civilized people do that. Mm-hmm. If you go to China, China has a Chinatown in every major city in the United States. Mm-hmm. All these communities are very connected with the mainland. Trust me. Absolutely. These are cultural ambassadors. Every major city, New York, LA, everywhere, there's a Chinatown. And go there. Some people live there, they don't even speak English. Right? So to say that you're limiting it to just the people on the continent is not right. We have to step in and redefine it for them.
Definitely. Give thanks. Jeff Lovin.
Rastafari. So we have done 2 hours of reasoning. If there are no further questions, comments, I want to find out if Daddy B has some words to share with us. And then we can ask the presenter to give his closing remarks, give thanks. Daddy B, please, is there anything you'd like to share with us before the final comment, the closing remarks? Raz, please, are you there? So, it seems Daddy B will not share anything with us. So, my lord, so far, sir, please, if you can give your closing remarks for this reasoning, give thanks.
Give thanks. Okay, so I'll go maybe just shift it a little bit. One thing from remember to say the things that Celine do for the people, means that most people appreciate it. Sometimes we think that we're doing something for people and they go appreciate it, but there are moments where they never necessarily go with us. So we forfeit to stand firm before be able to do what we do in spite of. Because what happened was Celine was assassinated by people who then did work with him, but they disagree with him in ways. They say he didn't have good taste, he wasn't civilized enough, he was embarrassing, right? These people were educated, right? And they're dealing with France, they've learned the French ways. They want a Republican setup. It be done because we have a Republic of Haiti. They formed that in the South and they went to war with the North after they assassinated Dessalines. They're fighting against Henry Christophe, because they wanted to do they said they were going to perfect what the French couldn't do. And Dessalines is like, no, to hell with all of that. We're trying to do our own thing here. And they didn't appreciate it. So they assassinated him. They chopped up his body. Those who killed him, they dismembered him, right? And most people distanced themselves from Dessalines in that moment. Seriously. It was one woman. Her name was Dede Basile or Basila, and she's the one who went and picked up the pieces that they chopped up, put in a bag, and she went to bury Dessalines, right? Most people who were, normal people, they wouldn't do nothing about Dessalines, and in that moment, based on the ideas that were running through their minds. So there's something to tell us that we should watch where we. So she's the one that remember Dessalines. And by the way, they said she was crazy. So yeah, thanks for the reasoning, and we're looking forward to the next one in 2 weeks.
Rastafari. So we give thanks for the reasoning. And next 2 weeks, we'll be having Ras Martin Murphy, and he'll be presenting on the topic Rastafari culture 100 years from now. That will be on the 24th of August, next 2 weeks, when we reconvene. I think Rasajiti requested that we include or we add Maoli back to the platform. I think there's a general rule on the platform that people who use insulting language, they'll be removed from the platform for 2 weeks. And the essence is to deter people from, continuing with the use of insulting language on the platform. So I'm sure after 2 weeks, you'll be reinstated. So as it is not as an issue of fighting or hatred, but it's just to let some sanity prevail on the platform, so that whilst we debate, we will not be using insulting language towards each other. So, yes, with that being said, please, we'll reconvene next 2 weeks with the Rastafari reasoning. We give thanks for you or your presence. Rastafari.
Thank you so much.
Give thanks.